unless it's working now. All right. Good morning, everyone. If you could please take a seat. Take a seat, people. George, we're starting. Everyone, please take a seat. Talking time is over, please. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your prompt attention so that we may begin on time. Hopefully you are here for the State Water Resources Control Board hearing regarding a joint water right change petition filed in connection with the California WaterFix project. The petitioners in this matter are the California Department of Water Resources and the United States Bureau of Reclamation. They have requested to add 3 new points of diversion to specified water right permits for the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. I am State Water Board member and hearing officer Tam DODUC. To my right is board chair and co-hearing officer Felicia Marcus. To the chair's right are board members Didi Diadamo and Stephen Moore. To my left are senior staff attorney Dana Heinrich, environmental program manager Diane Riddle, and senior water resources control engineer Kyle Oceandesco. They will be assisting us as part of the hearing team, and other State Water Board staff are also present in the front and the back of the room to provide assistance as needed, including assistance for the media and assistance for Spanish translation. All right, I have to begin with first some general announcements, including our emergency evacuation procedures. Please take a look around now and identify the exits closest to you. Should an alarm sound, we will evacuate the room immediately. Please take your valuables with you. Use the staircase, not the elevators, to go down and exit to the relocation site across the street in the park. If you cannot use stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside a stairwell. This hearing is being webcast and recorded, so when speaking, please use the microphone and begin by stating your name and affiliation. If you need a Spanish interpreter, please let one of the staff know or indicate so on the speaker card. Okay. A court reporter is present today and will prepare a transcript of this entire proceeding. The transcript for Part 1A of the hearing, including policy statements, will be posted on the State Water Board's California WaterFix petition hearing website as soon as possible. If you would like to receive the transcript sooner, please make arrangements with the court reporting service during one of the breaks or after the hearing day. For planning purposes, please be aware that the next few days may be long days since we are committed to hearing all policy statements by the end of Thursday. We will take a break in the morning and if necessary again in the afternoon, as well as a 30-minute lunch break. Finally, and most importantly, please take a moment and turn off or mute your cell phones. Even if you think it's already off or muted, please take a moment right now to double check. I see people reaching for their phones. That's good. All right, thank you. I know everyone is eager to get started, but first I need to provide a bit of background information about the water right hearings because this proceeding is so very different from our usual public meetings. And because it is different, please bear with me because I have a pretty lengthy formal opening statement that I need to read. So, background on water right hearing. We are conducting this as a formal and structured water right hearing to determine if the State Water Board should grant the petitioner's request to add 3 additional points of diversion to their water right permits. Our focus is limited to that one specific request, And so this hearing is not an open forum for public discussion of the many other aspects and issues pertaining to the WaterFix proposal. A water right hearing is a quasi-judicial or court-like proceeding conducted by the State Water Board to develop a record of evidence relevant to very specific key issues identified in our hearing notice. Water right hearings are similar to a court hearing, but are designed to meet our needs and regulatory requirements under the Water Code. We will rely on the record that is developed through this hearing to make our decision on the petition. While the hearing is open to the public to attend and make policy-type statements, participation in the evidentiary part of the hearing is limited to designated parties who several months ago submitted the required notices. The parties in this proceeding include the petitioners, numerous protestants, and other individuals or entities who may participate in the evidentiary portion of this hearing by offering evidence, by calling witnesses, conducting cross-examination, making objections, and legal argument. Non-parties or interested persons are not actively involved in the evidentiary portion of the hearing, but may provide comments in the form of brief policy statements at the beginning of the hearing or in writing prior to the close of the hearing record. Unlike witnesses who testify on behalf of parties, interested persons are not required to take an oath and are not subject to cross-examination. And unlike witnesses' testimony, policy statements are not considered evidence in support of the factual determination in our decision. But this is a very important part of the hearing because it provides a valuable opportunity for us to hear from individuals and communities about general concerns and comments on the petition under consideration. So thank you for taking the time to come and providing your policy statements. The first 3 days of this hearing are reserved for that purpose, and I will provide more details later on the proceeding for hearing policy statements. As I mentioned earlier, a water right hearing is very different from our general public meeting. Unlike our public meetings, a water right hearing is very tightly structured. Parties are expected to adhere to specific requirements, as well as interested parties, including but not limited to things such as deadlines, time limits, order of participation, and submission of documents. As hearing officers, Chair Marcus and I will act much like judges to ensure that the hearing is conducted in an orderly fashion. Board members D'Adamo and Moore are also present here today and will attend subsequent hearing days when they are able to. Unlike our workshops and meetings, board members and staff will be in a listening mode for the most part as unbiased arbiters of this matter. As such, we will not interject during the hearing as we do during our usual meetings, and will hold most of our questions until after cross-examination is complete. I'm giving my colleagues a stern but affectionate and sympathetic look because I know that will be extremely difficult for them. But I have faith. This is a common practice in water right hearings and does not mean that we are not engaged in the process. Far from that, we take this matter and our obligations very seriously and are committed to a fair and impartial proceeding. Our duty is to listen carefully and to consider everyone's point in the context of making a specific legal determination. Once the entire hearing has conducted, the hearing officers will provide guidance to the hearing team in preparing the draft order to be considered by all of the State Water Board members at a board meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to comment in writing and orally on the draft order before we consider its adoption. I'll just say, before we consider it for possible adoption. With that, let me focus more on the conduct of the hearing. The hearing is being held in accordance with the October 30th, 2015 Notice of Petition and Notice of Public Hearing and Pre-Hearing Conference. and subsequent revised notices issued on March 25th and May 11th of 2016. Additionally, Chair Marcus and I have issued various rulings in letters dated January 15th, February 11th, March 4th, April 25th, June 10th, July 13th, and July 22nd of 2016. Except to the extent expressly modified by us, the hearing requirements set forth in the hearing notice, the original hearing notice, remain unchanged. Our July 22nd ruling acknowledged that we have received numerous evidentiary objections to the petitioner's testimony and exhibits. In our ruling letter, we advised the parties that, consistent with our normal practice, we plan to rule on objections to the extent necessary later in the hearing process. This hearing, I'll emphasize again, is relatively narrow in focus and is not a referendum on the WaterFix project. The purpose of a change petition hearing is for the board to obtain information on disputed facts to inform our decision whether to approve the change petition, subject to terms and conditions, or to disapprove the petition. Under the Water Code, the State Water Board must make two findings before we may approve a change petition. First, that the proposed change will not result in injury to other legal users of water, and second, that the proposed change will not unreasonably affect fish, wildlife, or other in-stream beneficial uses of water. The focus of our analysis is on the effects of the proposed changes, not the existing or overall effects of the state water projects or the Central Valley water projects, diversions and use of water as a whole. In addition to the usual requirements of the Water Code, this hearing is unique because the Delta Reform Act of 2009 requires the State Water Board to impose appropriate flow criteria for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta as a condition of any approval of the water right change petition for the WaterFix project. As explained in earlier rulings, in determining what flow criteria are appropriate, we will consider both the Delta flow criteria developed by the State Water Board in 2010 and the degree of responsibility that should be placed on the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. We are conducting this hearing in parts. Part one of the hearing will focus on the potential effects of the petition on agricultural, municipal, industrial, and associated legal users of the valley of water, and conditions that should be placed on any approval of the petition to protect those uses. Part two of the hearing will focus on the potential effects of the petition on fish and wildlife and recreational uses, and conditions that should be placed on any approval of the petition to protect those uses. Part two will include consideration of appropriate Delta flow criteria for the WaterFix project. The first part of the hearing is further divided into two parts. I did say this was a very structured process. In Part 1A, which begins today, we will hear policy statements from interested persons, followed by the petitioner's case in chief. In Part 1B, which is scheduled to begin on October 20th, 2016, we will hear cases in chief of the other parties participating in Part 1. The schedule for Part 2 of the hearing will be determined at a future date once the petitioners have completed their California Environmental Quality Act and federal and state Endangered Species Act obligations. Part 2 is not expected to begin before February 2017. After hearing policy statement, we will move to the evidentiary portion of Part 1A of the hearing. We will hear presentation of evidence by the petitioners and related cross-examination by parties who have submitted notices of intent to appear and participate in Part 1. Any rebuttal for Part 1A will be presented at the end of Part 1B, following the remaining parties' presentation of evidence and related cross-examination. Petitioners will begin their case in chief starting July 29th and I will explain the order of proceeding for the evidentiary portion of the hearing at that time. Thank you for your patience and attentiveness through my long statement here, but I will now focus on the order of proceeding for the first 3 days, which will be to hear policy statements from interested parties. Policy statements made at the beginning of Part 1A may address Part 1 or Part 2 issues. We will also provide an opportunity for policy statements at the beginning of Part 2 of the hearing. As I stated earlier, a policy statement is a non-evidentiary statement. It is subject to the limitations identified in the hearing notice and in our rulings. Persons making policy statements must not attempt to use their statements to present factual evidence, either orally or by introduction of written exhibits. Policy statements should be limited to 3 minutes or less per person. We've received multiple requests for additional time to present policy statements. Consistent with rulings that we have issued on this matter, I will not consider further requests for additional time and will be strictly enforcing the 3-minute limit. We want to hear from everyone, and we value everyone's time and input. We appreciate that you are taking time to be here today to provide your thoughts and your comments. We expect to hear from a lot of speakers over the next 3 days, and we want to respect everyone's time. Therefore, we need to adhere to a strict time limit to ensure everyone has equal time to present policy statements. Interested persons were not required to notify us in advance by filing a notice of intent to appear, but we very much appreciate those who did, and will hear their policy statements before we hear from those who did not submit a notice of intent to appear. We have organized the presentation of policy statements to facilitate the schedules of various participants to the extent possible. During the evidentiary portion of the hearing, we will also allow all of the parties to make an opening statement. Some parties, including petitioners, have requested the opportunity to make policy statements in addition to their opening statements before the presentation of testimony. All parties who wish to present policy statements were required to advise the hearing team staff in writing by July 12th. And as stated in our June 10th letter, the time that a party spends on policy statements will be deducted from the 20 minutes afforded to each party to present an opening statement later in the hearing. Today, we will hear policy statements first from federal, state, and local elected officials or their representatives, followed by approximately 160 persons who are not affiliated with North Delta Cares who submitted a notice of intent to appear. This also includes parties who notified the hearing team that they have elected to use a portion of the time allotted for opening statements for policy statements. After that, should there be any speakers who did not submit notices of intent but would like to provide a policy statement today, we will hear from them as well. On tomorrow, we will hear policy statements from persons affiliated with North Delta Cares, including those identified in the notice of intent to submit by Ms. Anna Swenson. On Thursday, July 28th, we will hear policy statements from interested person who submitted a notice of intent to appear, but who were not able to present either today or tomorrow. We will also follow that by interested persons who wish to make a policy statement who did not file notices of intent to appear. So with that, everyone here who wished to provide a policy statement, an oral policy statement, including parties that notified us of their intent to speak before presenting their case in chief, is required to fill out a speaker card. Blank speaker cards are available at the back of the room, and the complete speaker cards should be submitted to us via the baskets at the front of the room. We will also accept written policy statements. There is a basket to collect written policy statements in the front of the room. You may also submit written policy statements at a later date, prior to the close of the hearing record. It is not necessary to read the written policy into the record. If you think you cannot cover everything you want to say in 3 minutes, we encourage you to submit a written policy statement. We do read all of them. All right. All right. With that, my spiel is over. We will now begin here to hear policy statements. I have to give the staff a little bit of time here. What we are trying to do is to put on the screen the list of 10 speakers so that you know when your time is nearing to provide policy statements. And I would ask that when you see your name on the list of 10 upcoming speakers, if you could please come up to the first row there. And when I call your name, please come up to one of the podium there and provide your policy statements. Well, while staff is working on that, let me go ahead and get to two of the blue cards that we have for elected officials. First will be Supervisor Don Notali, Supervisor District 5 from Sacramento County, followed by Kathleen Galgiani. Sorry, that's State Senator. My apologies. Senator, if you would please come up. Good morning, Senator.
Push the button on the bottom of the microphone.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, members. I am deeply concerned about the direct and indirect economic burdens and impacts of the Delta Tunnels project, both in the Delta counties and throughout the state. The potential of this proposed project to incur huge cost overruns and additional costs and losses to affected areas has the likelihood of creating a financial burden on the taxpayers of the entire state. Significant reduction in the Sacramento River flows will degrade Delta and Suisun Marsh water quality because the tunnels would isolate better quality Sacramento River water from the rest of the Delta, increasing the percentage of water flowing into the estuary from the polluted San Joaquin River. I'm also concerned over salinity impacts on fisheries, wildlife, drinking water supplies, and agricultural production as less water and more potential drought bring the brackish water deeper into the Delta. Invasive plant species like water hyacinth, Agaricus densa, and toxic algal blooms are given a prime environment for takeover. The most common blue-green algae species in the Bay Delta estuary is called microcystis. Toxins from microcystis blooms are deadly to wildlife, pets, and human beings. Exposure can cause liver cancer. The battle to control the water hyacinth invasion of the Delta would be hindered by the production of water flow through the Delta, which pushes it to the higher salinity in the estuary and kills it. Other negative impacts include concentrated accumulation of pesticides, methylmercury, and selenium from the removal of the best Sacramento River water, which helps to dilute these problems and is essential to the health of the Delta. The proposed tunnels will force additional burdens on other watersheds that feed the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers to increase unimpaired flows to the Delta to mitigate the loss of Sacramento River water. The tunnels will result in losses and damages to the $5.2 billion ag industry, which is supported by the Delta. 40%, or $2.808 billion of those farms, are located in San Joaquin County alone. I'm concerned over subsidence impacts to California Aqueduct and San Joaquin Valley water systems and infrastructure from groundwater overdrafts and loss of water for recharge of groundwater. The tunnels project bypasses but does not address the issue of degrading levees throughout the Delta area that the tunnel proponents cite as a reason for the project. Already, the Delta Tunnels project has cost California and federal taxpayers millions of dollars. The recently adopted state budget includes $3.6 million from the general fund for the Delta Stewardship Council to implement the Delta Science Plan and incorporate the tunnels project into the Delta Plan. The main financial players in the Delta Tunnels proposal were supposed to be the users, the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and the Westlands Water District. These entities supposedly would cover most of the cost for the Delta Tunnels project. As Met receives about half of the water normally carried through the state water project, one can estimate that their contribution for the tunnels would have been $3.5 billion. But if any other partners reduce or are unable to meet their contribution, how much ratepayer and parcel tax funding can Metropolitan put on their customers? The Delta Tunnels project...
Senator, I apologize for interrupting, but your 3 minutes is up. Since you're reading from a written statement, we would very much like to have it for our record and for our reading. So if you could please wrap up your thoughts, and please do provide us with those written comments.
Thank you. The proposed tunnels project lacks a comprehensive finance plan, and it's a financial risk that California is not prepared to take.
Thank you very much, Senator. Supervisor?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. I'm pleased to be here. My name is Don Natoli. I'm a member of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. I represent the district, which includes the proposed location of the new intake points for diversions considered in this hearing. I'm also a member of the Sacramento County Water Agency Board of Directors. Our water agency serves more than 50,000 households in Sacramento County, and we are a regional leader in conjunctive use. We appreciate this opportunity to share our concerns and set the stage for the Sacramento County Water Agency's protest against the granting of requested changes to the California Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation's water rights permits. We recognize that your board is being asked to consider a very complex matter and ultimately to reach a decision with statewide ramifications and implications to the Delta and its ecosystem. But simply stated, it is my view that the petitioners bring a proposal stunted by legacy and, as the record will reflect, falls short in providing the information necessary to support the findings you are being asked to make in granting this request. Sacramento County and its water agency support an effective solution, or more accurately stated, a menu of solutions which we believe are necessary to make our state's water supply and Delta ecosystem sustainable. But let me be clear, the current WaterFix project is not the solution. It increases water supplies at the expense of other water right holders and is in several ways contrary to the public interest. For the following reasons, I urge you to deny the DWR and Reclamation's joint application to add points of diversion. If constructed, the tunnels could adversely affect the ability of upstream water users in Sacramento County to reliably access water supplies by reducing the availability of contract water supplies and changing reservoir storage conditions. In turn, reductions in surface supplies available to Sacramento County Water Agency will require a commensurate increase in groundwater production, thereby interfering with the agency's conjunctive use program. Construction and operation of the massive twin tunnels projects proposed in the WaterFix at an estimated cost of $16 billion over a period of 10 to 12 years won't produce any more water, but will leave an everlasting scar and a permanent one on the irreplaceable natural resources of the Delta, its economy, and its people. And lastly, the WaterFix is a single-minded solution meant to return exports to levels which have driven Delta species, like the smelt, to near extinction. Conservation, regional self-sufficiency, recycled water programs, desalination, levee improvements, invasive weed removal, predator reduction, and other elements in a holistic solution for sustainability are marginalized by this attempt to achieve a singular fix to address water supply concerns. And lastly, as you may recall, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Reform Act of 2009 established a requirement to reduce reliance on water exports from the Delta and make investments in alternative regional water supplies. And we believe in our position has long been held that that's what needs to be done to reduce the reliance on the Delta. In closing, we believe the board must ensure the WaterFix project is in the public interest by considering whether the purported benefits of the WaterFix project outweigh the negative impacts. Sacramento County is of the opinion an honest assessment will bring others to conclude that the negative impacts are greater than the presumed benefits. Thank you for the opportunity to address your board this morning. And again, I ask you to please weigh this decision very carefully. I know you will, because the future of the Delta may very well rest with the decision that you make on this water right applications and the WaterFix project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Mitchell from Contra Costa County. And if speakers, the next 6 or so speakers, could please find your way up to the first row of seats.
Good morning. I'm Karen Mitchoff, Supervisor on the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors, and I want to thank you also for this opportunity. The DWR and the California Natural Resources Agency and Reclamation have allowed the export water contractors to develop a flawed project and valuable input from Delta interests and environmental organizations and even other state agencies such as the Delta Stewardship Council Independent Science Board have gone unanswered. The Delta Independent Science Board's September 30, 2015 letter indicates in no uncertain terms that the BDCP CWF is sufficiently incomplete and opaque to deter its evaluation and use by decision makers, resource managers, scientists, and the broader public. Astonishingly, both the RDEIR, I love all these acronyms, and the SDEIS preferred alternative would increase exports in dry periods and would only infrequently capture additional surplus water in wet periods. This is completely contrary to the original BDCP planning process principles in the BDCP and overview and update dated March of 2009 and the big gulp, little sip concept touted by the BDCP and WaterFix proponents. Specifically, BDCP planning principle number 2 stated, divert more water in the wetter periods and less in the drier periods. The preferred alternative's reliance on increased dry period exports is in direct conflict with state policies of reducing reliance on the Delta in meeting California's future water supply needs. Despite the project's $17 billion price tag, which is proposed to balloon well above that number, and its complexity, the WaterFix continues to narrowly focus on increasing water exports south of the Delta through 2 massive 40-foot in diameter tunnels. No matter the version of what is proposed, the numbers don't pencil out from the scientific, economic, or environmental standpoint. The tunnels will still cost billions, requiring massive taxpayer and ratepayer funds to pay for what is clearly a financial failure that will not produce one single drop of new water and stand to cause significant and irreparable harm to the Delta. The WaterFix completely ignores the co-equal goals established by the 2009 Delta Reform Act that requires water supply reliability and restoration of the Delta ecosystem. Governor Brown's Twin Tunnel project is no longer a habitat conservation plan. The rebranded plan strips away the vast majority of the conservation measures previously aimed at improving water operations, protecting water supplies and water quality, and restoring the Delta ecosystem within a stable regulatory framework, and only retains the water. I got one more quick thing to say. Thank you very much. The WaterFix still excludes Delta stakeholders. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta will be ground zero for a host of adverse and unmitigable impacts. Therefore, in the name of good public policy, our interests must be represented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Ms. Berlin from the Department of Interior.
Thank you, board members, for hearing from the U.S. Department of the Interior on this important matter. My name is Letty Beelan, and I'm Senior Counselor to the Deputy Secretary of the Interior, Mike Connor. Addressing California's water challenges is a top priority for Interior and for the Obama administration. The long-term drought and resulting dwindling water supplies, climate change, and a declining delta ecosystem all underscore the need for action to secure reliable water supplies and a healthy ecosystem. At the federal level, we understand California's importance to the nation, both its economy and its environment. Water is fundamental to maintaining both. More than 7 years ago, the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force underscored that the status quo of water and ecosystem management in the Delta is unsustainable, and that the economy of the state and the well-being of its citizens are seriously at risk as a result. The task force found that in order to achieve the co-equal goals of a healthy Delta ecosystem and a sustainable water management system, major investments must be made in the Delta. Other independent scientific reviews have come to similar conclusions. Our experience over the past 5 years has emphatically confirmed those findings. An unprecedented amount of analysis, research, and outreach has been dedicated over the last decade to advancing a solution for the Delta. Now is the time to act. The cost of doing nothing is too great. We believe that California WaterFix has great promise to address some of the challenges before us, including reducing reverse flows, reducing fish entrainment in the South Delta, and helping to ensure a reliable water delivery system in the face of rising sea levels and other impacts of climate change. California WaterFix is grounded in a strong commitment to science and includes an adaptive management program formed by representatives from 5 federal and state agencies. This program will provide opportunity to gain needed new information in order to adjust future operations to better manage our precious ecological resources while maintaining a reliable water supply. We recognize that in order for California WaterFix to be successful, a strong federal-state partnership is needed. The Interior Department is committed to this partnership and will continue to work hand in hand with the state in moving California WaterFix forward. Again, thank you from the U.S. Department of Interior for the opportunity to make a statement.
Thank you very much. Secretary Laird.
Thank you. My name is John Laird. I'm California Secretary for Natural Resources. Thank you for the intellectual energy and rigor you bring to this important task. The State Water Board is given a critical responsibility to protect legal users of water in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. The hearings that begin today will focus on how we do that as we modernize the State Water Project. The original architects of the project saw the need to carry water from the Sacramento River around the eastern edge of the Delta. Construction was delayed for cost reasons and then rejected by the voters in a 1982 referendum. In the meantime, our understanding of the Delta ecosystem has grown tremendously. Federal and state lawmakers passed environmental protection laws that have focused changes in the operation of the federal and state projects. We operate now not just to deliver waters to cities and farms, but also to sustain the Central Valley's natural heritage. We truly appreciate now why the original project designers did not want to draw water directly from the South Delta channels. The existing infrastructure does not work well, not for the ecosystem or for people. If we could build the project again, we would put the intakes in a different place. The pumps frequently are curtailed to protect fish. As a result, we miss opportunities to store water for dry seasons and drought years. The situation in the Delta remains harmful for fish, and it puts millions of people and millions of acres of farmland at risk of supply disruptions. We have debated, litigated, and legislated, but our ecosystem and supply problems have only worsened through the last 3 decades. The proposal now under construction, called California WaterFix, has been developed through intensive work over the last 10 years. It would help us prevent sudden disruption of water deliveries from the Delta. Many Delta islands are a couple of stories below sea level and continue to sink as peat soil oxidizes. Sea levels are rising. We expect a rise of 5.5 feet within 90 years. Just a single foot rise in sea level would increase the frequency of the current 100-year peak high tide in the Western Delta to about a 10-year event. Powerful natural forces will always threaten delta levees, and one of those natural forces is seismic. The risk of earthquakes in the delta feels remote to a lot of people, but our 150 years of experience with delta levees is nothing in geologic time. The U.S. Geologic Survey in 2008 concluded there's a 63% probability of a major damaging earthquake striking the San Francisco Bay region over the next 30 years. We can safeguard the water delivery system by adding intakes in the north, and through the Water Action Plan, we will take steps to deal with our water improvement across the board. I'm grateful for this transparent process. We stand ready to work with you. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Secretary Laird. Mr. Pelletier?
Yes, good morning. My name is Jason Pelletier. I'm the Executive Director of the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority, a joint powers authority that is comprised of public water agencies that contract with the United States for the delivery of water out of the Central Valley Project. In this proceeding, the State Water Resource Control Board will consider a change petition that is required for a project that is of great importance to the people of California. For decades, we've known that the best way to reduce perceived impacts of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project operations on the fisheries in the Delta is to isolate conveyance of water from the Sacramento River to the pumping plants in the Southern Delta from channels that serve as habitat for at-risk species. Approval of the change petition now before the board will allow for that isolation to the benefit of the environment and millions of Californians who benefit from the conveyance of water through the Delta. During this proceeding, I urge the board to focus on the questions presented. Will the change result in an injury to legal users of the water involved? Will the change result in unreasonable impacts on fish and wildlife? And is the change in the public interest? Many parties in this proceeding will want to use it as a means to litigate questions that are well beyond the scope of this hearing. It's my hope that the board will avoid this temptation. One additional question that must be resolved by the board if it approves the change petition as part of any order approving the change petitions, the board must include, quote, appropriate delta flow criteria. The critical word in this statutory mandate is appropriate. Any decision regarding appropriate delta flow criteria must be informed by what is feasible. In other words, what is capable of being accomplished in a successful manner, taking into account economic, environmental, social, and technological factors. And the reality is that South to Delta public water agencies are expected to pay for the isolated conveyance facilities, will not agree to their construction if conditions imposed on the facilities make the project infeasible from an economic and water supply perspective. Therefore, it is my hope that during these proceedings, the board will keep in mind that in order for this project to proceed, it must work not only for the environment, but also for those who will be paying its costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Mr. Davis, you need to explain to me why your name is up here 4 times.
Can you get closer to the microphone, please? I'm sorry. I know you're tall. You might want to go to the other one. It's taller.
So my understanding is you will be providing 4 policy statements on behalf of 4 different entities.
That is correct, and I have submitted written policy statements for all 4 of them.
All right, you may have your 4 time slot, but I expect that you will not be repeating any single thing within those 4 time slots.
We'll find out together. Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. I represent the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, a state water contractor and wholesale water agency in northwestern Riverside County. Much of our
You need to slow down, please. I think the court reporters.
Much of our region consists of disadvantaged communities. Because of our relatively low tax base, small size, and distance from the State Water Project delivery point, the agency did not receive any water from the State Water Project until 2003, some 40 years after signing a contract when Phase 1 of the East Branch extension was finally completed. This facility was only sufficient to convey approximately half of the agency's contracted amount, as we did not have the tax base at the time to construct a larger facility. One thing we are blessed with in our region is great groundwater basins. Because of these basins, we will be able to store more water in wet years when it is available and use that water in dry years when it is not. My agency is in the midst of a $9 million conjunctive use project that will do exactly that. In order to be able to do that, we need the California WaterFix, which will enable the State Water Project to deliver more water in wet years. For our region, wet year deliveries will be a key to a sustainable future. We are now completing work on Phase 2 of the East Branch extension so that we can convey our entire State Water Project contracted amount. The agency's board committed to funding this construction prior to the 2008 and 2009 biological opinions that reduced the reliability of the State Water Project. We are spending over $100 million on a facility that, if the California WaterFix were not to be implemented, may in fact be a white elephant. Our region will soon need additional supplemental water supplies over and above our State Water Project supply, especially since this supply has been reduced in reliability. We are willing to do this in order to assure a sustainable future for our residents. However, for every acre-foot of State Water Project water that is taken away by a reduced reliance, we have to purchase an equal amount at a much higher cost. Our estimate is that it will cost our residents, businesses, and property owners between $6,000 and $10,000 per acre-foot to procure these long-term supplies. The Cal WaterFix is simply the cheapest source of new water for our region at less than $2,000 per acre-foot. Implementation of this project, combined with our local conjunctive use project, will reduce the amount of money we will have to spend on additional water rights by tens of millions of dollars over the next 2 decades. Already, many of the communities within our region are classified as disadvantaged. To expect the residents of disadvantaged communities to pay more for additional water supplies when it is within our power to maintain reliability of the State Water Project by constructing the California WaterFix is unfair. On behalf of the homeowners, business owners, and residents of the San Gorgonio Pass, who depend on the State Water Project, who have paid taxes to pay for the debt service on the project since the 1960s, who are struggling financially, and who have invested millions of dollars in groundwater storage facilities to take advantage of wet years, we ask that you grant this petition so that the California WaterFix can become a reality and bring some relief to our taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now you are putting on your Coachella Valley Water Authority hat, I assume.
I am putting on my Coachella Valley Water District hat.
I just need to remind you that since you have the written comments, you are also welcome to submit those written comments. You do not have to read them into the record.
I understand, and I did submit all 4, and I'm happy to read all 4 as well.
Or I'm encouraging you to summarize all 4 if possible.
I will do that. I'm actually doing that as I go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is on behalf of the Coachella Valley Water District.
Which has a totally different policy statement.
Correct. Oh, completely
right.
correct, yes. The Coachella Valley Water District has a long history of preserving the sustainability of water resources in the 1,000 square mile Coachella Valley area for future generations. Groundwater replenishment, alternative sources of water for irrigation, and strong water conservation programs are all hallmarks of CVWD's commitment to sustainable water management. Another significant component of this water management strategy is securing reliable imported water supplies, and CVWD strongly supports the California WaterFix project. Cal WaterFix will modernize our 50-year-old state water infrastructure by building new pipelines that will move water from the Sacramento River watershed more effectively underground rather than through the Delta. Cal WaterFix will also better allow the capture and transfer of more water during wet years. This will provide a better way for water managers to plan for dry periods and drought that inevitably will be more common in years to come. In CVWD's situation, our groundwater aquifer allows the ability to take the big gulp that occurs during the wet years for the benefit of dry year use. The current outdated system of crumbling dirt levees is simply inadequate for conveying water across the vulnerable Bay Delta area to Southern California. The current system is dependent on levees that put our clean water at risk from a major storm or earthquake. Such an event could cut off water supplies for millions of people, creating suffering for communities and havoc in the economy. Cal WaterFix is guided by the best available science and public input. It will provide clean water supplies for 25 million Californians and 3 million acres of farmland. The project will improve and protect the ecosystem of the Delta. The revised location and technology will reduce impact to endangered fish and allow more natural Delta flow patterns. Cal WaterFix will secure 4.9 million acre-feet of clean water supplies annually, enough to provide 10 million households with water for a year. Projections show the project would create 1.1 million jobs and boost the state economy by $400 billion. Here in the Coachella Valley, where we receive less than 5 inches of rain in an average year, we are recognized for our ongoing commitment to replenish our groundwater basin with imported water. Our role as a state water project contractor provides us access, through an exchange, to additional Colorado River water for that purpose. Therefore, we rely indirectly but critically on imported water supplies from the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. We are all in this together. Our statewide water supply and ultimately the security of all our communities and the strength of our economy depends on the long overdue upgrade of California's primary water delivery system. For these reasons, CVWD strongly supports the California WaterFix and DWR's and the Bureau of Reclamation's request to add points of diversion for this project.
Thank you. 2 for 2 so far. Now, Desert Water Agency with a yet different take on this issue.
Correct. Desert Water Agency appreciates the opportunity to share its support of the joint petition for a change to the water rights necessary to allow for the implementation of key components of the Cal WaterFix. It is in DWA's interest to see the proposed Cal WaterFix plan to build 2 tunnels and 3 new intakes in the North Delta and its ability to form a more reliable dual conveyance system move forward. Water rights necessary to allow for project implementation, required mitigation measures, and flow criteria are key factors in determining the viability and interest in supporting the Cal WaterFix project. Like many other places in the state, the community DWA serves is growing. Policy decisions must equip California to meet our future water demand. Since DWA was founded, our customers have spent more than $110 million on state water project infrastructure. DWA and our customers have also made significant investments in local recharge facilities. We need to ensure that these investments continue to support the community that made them. Before DWA was established, our region's groundwater basin had been in overdraft for decades. Our basin is now headed towards sustainability, but only with an imported water supply for recharge. The continued success of our region's approach and health of the groundwater basin rests on imported water supplies. Without action, continued declining water deliveries could cause irreversible environmental and economic harm to our region and others across the state. Stabilizing the declining reliability of Delta exports is critical to DWA. The current system is inadequate. Pumping restrictions have forced dramatic cutbacks in water deliveries even when supplies are abundant. As state water project delivery reliability has continued to decline in recent years, it has limited the supplies available for groundwater replenishment. While water deliveries may not return to what they once were, we must stop the decline. We continue to miss opportunities to capture additional supplies when needed most, notably when winter storms could provide much-needed relief during dry years. With a better system, California would be able to capture and store more supplies. We continue to tell customers that every drop counts. As the state's water managers, we must live up to this standard. Regulators must maximize the flexibility provided to projects to capture abundant supplies when river flows are high. The state must be prepared to capture and utilize available supplies. Our community and the success of local water management efforts depend on reliable imported water supplies from the Delta. DWA supports the DWR and U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's request to add diversion points. We look forward to California WaterFix benefits and are hopeful that it is a project that advances the interests of our community and those throughout the state.
Thank you. Your final hat.
I have one more hat. Thank you very much. This is from the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District. Dear co-hearing officers Marcus and DODUC, the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District, the Valley District, was formed in 1954 for the purpose of bringing a supplemental supply of water to our region. After several years of research and investigations, it was determined that the proposed state water project was the best way for our region to secure its water supply reliability future. Thus, in 1960, Valley District was the second agency to sign an agreement with the State of California Department of Water Resources for a supply of water from the State Water Project. Since then, our customers, currently 750,000 Californians, have been dutifully paying all the costs associated with this imported water supply. State Water Project water is delivered to water treatment plants and extensively for groundwater recharge throughout our service area on a year-round basis and is an integral part of the water resource portfolio of our region. Therefore, Valley District strongly supports the Cal WaterFix project. Our region still suffers from the effects of the economic meltdown caused by the mortgage crisis of the last decade. We serve some of the most economically disadvantaged communities in the state of California. It would be catastrophic to add to the region's woes by jeopardizing its economic vitality through water scarcity. Our customers deserve to receive the supply that they have and continue to pay for, just like those in other areas of California. It is unfortunate that some of the most vocal opponents of the California WaterFix are those that already have their pipelines diverting water around, under, or through the Delta. It is only reasonable that San Bernardino Valley residents should be offered the same opportunity to have access to water it secured decades ago. Cal WaterFix will improve the 5 decade-old state water project and bring it into the 21st century in terms of water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration. The proposed 3 north diversions along the Sacramento River and the conveyance pipelines under the Delta comprise the best alternative to meeting the co-equal goals of increased water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration. These new facilities will maintain the ability to deliver water to our customers that is available for use because upstream facilities were built to capture and deliver winter flood flows. Without these facilities, much of the water we are diverting would have been in the Pacific Ocean months or years before as part of a massive uncontrolled flood. Cal WaterFix will allow for more effective management of water supplies while improving habitat for fish and other species in and around the Delta. This improvement comes from the ability to better utilize wet year flows to help us through the dry years. Sea level rise and the other inherent risks associated with climate change demand that the state of California move expeditiously toward a science-based solution like Cal WaterFix. The livelihoods of 25 million people and 3 million acres of agriculture depend on the success of this vital project. Seldom does an opportunity to make significant and lasting change that benefits so many people present itself. The Cal WaterFix is our chance to prove to our predecessors and to future generations of Californians alike that we have the determination and courage to solve the water supply and ecosystem challenges facing us. For these reasons, the Valley District strongly supports the request from the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation to add points of diversion for the Cal WaterFix.
Thank you. Impressive time management. Mr. Creel, followed by Mr. Johns. And again, I'll ask the first 10 or so names listed there to please find your way up to the first row.
Good morning. My name is Curtis Creel. I am the General Manager for the Kern County Water Agency. Kern County Water Agency is the second largest state water project contractor, the largest agricultural
Mr. Creel, I think Mr. Davis might have worn out that microphone, so if you could please get closer to it.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Let's see if that's a little bit better there. So second largest or first or largest agricultural contractor and 5th largest M&I contractor, a fact that's not well known among folks outside of the agency. I am here today to express the agency's support for the state and federal administration's petition to change the State Water Project and Central Valley Project water right permits that would allow for additional points of diversion. By the way, I did submit my written comments, so I am summarizing those today for you. Both of those projects are critical components of the Kern County's water management strategy, and they are important for improving the reliability of both improving the reliability of both projects is of critical importance to sustaining our local economy. Kern County public water agencies have invested heavily in programs to conjunctively use groundwater and surface water supplies to meet the needs within their service area. What you are about to hear is from proponents and opponents of the California WaterFix, and they're going to paint a very complex picture that will support their perspectives on whether this project will either harm or help the environment and communities throughout the state. Your job is a difficult one that will require you to sift through a mountain of technical, legal, and policy information that is about to be presented to you in order to issue a permit that will work for all Californians. This is a daunting task, but the petition before you today is very straightforward. It simply requests the board approve additional points of diversion to allow the projects to divert water at 3 new locations along Sacramento in the North Delta. If granted, the petition will neither increase the diversion capacity that is currently authorized by the board for those projects, nor reduce the protection to other water rights holders. The petition will allow the 2 projects to operate more efficiently to provide water supplies for human uses while protecting the aquatic environment of the Delta. I urge you to approve the request for the additional points of diversion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johns, followed by Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officers and members of the board. My name is Craig Johns. I'm here today on behalf of the Partnership for Sound Science and Environmental Policy, which is an association of municipal and industrial dischargers and trade associations here in California that are regulated under the Porter-Cologne Act as well as the Clean Water Act. Some of our members also happen to be located in San Francisco Bay Area and will be directly affected by the California WaterFix and in turn by your decision on the change petition and process that starts today. To begin with, I want to emphasize that PSEP, neither PSEP nor any of our individual members take a position on the desirability of the California WaterFix and or the underlying alternative water conveyance facilities that are being developed to support them. We are simply interested in making sure that the final WaterFix project is technically accurate and adequately ensures that known or reasonably foreseeable impacts that are likely to accrue as a result of the project are formally recognized and fully mitigated and conditioned through this process here today. Our interest is simply the issue related to selenium. PSEP maintains that the FDEIR SDEIS that was last issued in July a year ago continues to understate the impacts, potential impacts of additional selenium loading that will be caused by the WaterFix project. In fact, the preparers of that, the environmental documents for the project estimate that selenium load increase as a result of operations of the project are anticipated to be between 6 and 11%. The San Francisco Regional Water Board, when it developed its selenium TMDL, which this board approved several months ago, somewhat agrees with that estimate, determining it would be about 10% additional selenium loading to the San Francisco Bay as a result of the WaterFix were it to be approved and the change petition approved as well. I'll resist boring you with details related to potential mitigation measures that are included in the environmental documents other than to say that there are none. And our request is simple and straightforward, and that is if the state board approves the change petition that is before you, that it will impose specific conditions that require the water contractors to monitor for future selenium load increase impacts associated with the operations, as well as to affirmatively rectify any additional loading that occurs as a result of the operations of the project. And with that, I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Johns. Mr. Cox?
Good morning. I am Captain James Cox. I am a retired sport fishing charter captain, and I am president of the California Striped Bass Association. I have spent over 50 years fishing the Ocean Bay Delta system. My fishing experience started at age 10, fishing Peninsula shoreline, and it has also included 22 years of taking people fishing on my charter boat. This is one of the rare times I could say I'm actually glad to be the age I am, because my earliest fishing experiences were before the water diversions had the effect on fishing populations. Imagine a 10-year-old boy not knowing much about fishing and fishing off the bank was still able to catch striped bass and perch in large numbers. This shows a large fish population in the early 60s. Through the years, the Department of Water Resources project and the federal project have pumped more and more water out of the Delta. Each time the pumping increased, the fish populations decreased. Every species of fish in the Delta Bay system has suffered a decline in this period of time. Each species has its own unique problems, but the common thread here is a decline from a lack of fresh water flow. Fresh water from the Delta flows down through the SF Bay. The water flow is essential to the species that inhabit the bay. The fresh water traditionally met the salt water. It became brackish anywhere from the middle of San Pablo Bay to the Sassoon marshes. This brackish water became the nursery for many androgynous fish species. Further down the bay, the water flow from the Delta helps to clean the bottom of the bay and help bay species reproduce. This relationship between water flows and fish survival has been acknowledged by both DWR and the California Fish and Wildlife Service. The recent plan to attempt to save the Delta smelt is to release more water through the Delta and is proof of this fish survival water flows relationship. Any additional pumping would increase the toxic effects of salinity, pesticides, methylmercury, and selenium. The diluting effect of water flows on these substances would be lost and their toxic possibilities increased. An increase in harmful algal blooms would also affect fish survival. The loss of water flows also decreases the spawn survival. So what would happen is the few fish that do manage to survive the spawn rate would then be poisoned. There is an entire industry, the sport fishing charter industry, that once flourished in the Bay and Delta that could be put out of business if this twin tunnel plan is allowed to go forward. There are hundreds of thousands of private citizens that use the Bay Delta for fishing recreation. This combination of private and commercial fishermen brings millions of dollars into the economies of the Delta and Bay cities. In closing, I would like to say that I have a 1-year-old grandson. I hope that by the time he is 10, there will be fish for him to catch and start a lifetime of memories like I have. It is up to you to make sure that happens. Needless to say, we are against this permit. Thank you for your time and allowing me to address you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. Mr. Herrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency et al. I hope you appreciate the internal fortitude it takes to not let the old John Herrick stand up here and give you nasty comments. Instead, you'll get the cogent, insightful, and moving John Herrick.
You still have more than 2.5 minutes, so we'll see.
I appreciate that. I will distill it all down so everybody can understand it. We're here for a change petition for moving a point of intake. As you said earlier, that involves the examination of whether or not there's injury to legal users or adverse impacts to the environment. So the proponents of such a petition tell us what they will do under the project, and then it's analyzed, people argue over it, and we go forward. The problem is, in this instance, we've been given a proposal that says this is what we'll do most of the time, but not all of the time. In the biological assessment describing how they intend to operate, the projects have told you that under certain dry conditions, they anticipate filing temporary urgency change petitions during
Mr.
those
Herrick,
years.
are you beginning to argue your case at the moment?
No, I'm arguing the policy involved in the proceeding and the subject matter.
All right.
So with that, we see that temporary urgency change petitions are part of the plan. And we've all seen that if we can't analyze what's going to happen, we can't determine whether there's injury or not. Now, the problem with temporary urgency change petitions is they're not a method of managing the resources in order to protect beneficial uses, which is the underlying purpose of the state board. But in fact, they're a method by which we determine how much less and how much less often we protect beneficial uses. So we're presented with a proposal that presents the board with a situation where we won't know what will happen in certain circumstances, but we will figure it out later and determine how much less beneficial uses are protected during those times. Now, I submit to you that that's not just bad policy for the Delta, but it's actually anti-estuary policy. And it's much better policy for the state board to first determine what is needed to protect the beneficial uses in the estuary through the delayed but kind of ongoing Bay Delta process so that we know how we can protect beneficial uses. And then if someone wants to make fundamental changes to the operations of the Delta, then we could examine it and see what those impacts are. Anyway, with that said, I think that reserves to me 40 seconds still in my opening statement later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Ms. Park?
Short team here. Good morning, I'm Yolanda Park and I'm here representing the Environmental Justice Program of Catholic Charities in Stockton to ask that the tunnels be stopped. Stockton's drinking water contaminant percentile ranges from 30 to 65 according to CalEnviroScreen. Residents from infant to elderly depend on a healthy Delta for their water supply. These numbers show that already their water isn't as clean as it should be. Tracy's drinking water contaminant percentile is 25, which is limited only to a small portion of the city, to a terrible 95, which covers a much larger area. We should be thinking how to make these numbers lower, improving drinking water, and yet there are those who would see the further contamination of our drinking water as necessary collateral damage. How can the deterioration of our health be an acceptable side effect? Not only that, but we the taxpayers will be the one covering the cost of these tunnels, as is always the case for these big projects. Stockton is already going to have an 18% water tax hike on our Delta water supply. Our lower income, disadvantaged, and financially struggling communities simply cannot afford any more cost that the tunnels will ultimately bring, especially for drinking water treatment. Pope Francis tells us in his encyclical Laudato Si, paragraphs 186 to 191, that if objective information suggests that serious and irreversible damage may result, a project should be halted or modified, even in the absence of indisputable proof. The burden of proof is effectively reversed. Since in such cases, objective and conclusive demonstrations will have to be brought forward to demonstrate that the proposed activity will not cause serious harm to the environment or to those who inhabit it. Further, he says that efforts to promote a sustainable use of natural resources are not a waste of money, but rather an investment capable of providing other economic benefits in the medium term. This really is no different than DWR having to prove that there will be no harm to Delta water users downstream from the change in the point of diversion for the tunnels. And this is what we need and what we hope for. Efforts that will sustain our precious natural resources, not destroy them in the livelihood of all that depend on them, plants, animals, and humans. I know telling easy money no is not an easy thing to do, but it is the right thing. And that is just such a model that we tell our children to do the right thing even when it's difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Park. Mr. Voskuil? I should issue a blanket apology ahead of time that I will be mangling a lot of people's names.
That was correct. Co-hearing officers DODUC and Marcus and board, thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and we're pleased to provide the following policy statement. The district is the primary wholesale water supplier agency for Santa Clara County, serving close to 2 million residents in the vital high-tech economy of Silicon Valley. On average, more than half of the county's annual water supply is imported from the Bay Delta watershed through the State Water Project, the Federal Central Valley Project, and the San Francisco Public Utility Commission's Hetch Hetchy Project. The district maintains a high level of engagement with respect to Bay Delta processes and is particularly interested in the WaterFix project and the petition before the State Water Resources Control Board. Since 2006, the district has been joined with other public water agencies to participate in the state's planning efforts for the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and now the California WaterFix. The district's desired outcome is a cost-effective, comprehensive, and reliable long-term solution for the Delta that meets the water supply reliability, and water quality needs of Santa Clara County while balancing other beneficial uses and providing a sustainable Delta ecosystem. The district's board of directors continues to evaluate the WaterFix and is considering whether the balance of the WaterFix cost and benefits weigh in favor of the district's customers and ratepayers. Processes such as this hearing today play a critical role in helping to define the merits of the WaterFix and determining whether the project is indeed viable. To that end, the district urges the State Water Board to consider the following 3 points when weighing arguments and evidence that will be presented during this hearing when making a decision on the petition. First, the WaterFix should not be viewed as the single solution to the Delta's troubles. Instead, it should be viewed as an important part of a comprehensive solution, as a proposed fix to a water conveyance system that has long been considered unsustainable. From a public interest perspective, the question is not whether the WaterFix can solve all of the problems, but whether it can alleviate some of the problems and contribute to a comprehensive solution that will achieve the state's co-equal goals of providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. Second, the State Water Board plays a critical role in determining whether the project can ultimately proceed, as the board's decision will affect whether the costs and the benefits of the project will make sense for the water agencies that may be paying for it. And third, the quality of life and economy for the people and businesses of Silicon Valley would not be possible without the imported water from the Delta. Since the 1960s, imported water has helped meet the needs of the growing communities, built groundwater reserves, prevented saltwater intrusion, and halted land subsidence. Water exported through the Delta is critically important not only to Southern California and the agriculture in the Central Valley, but also to the communities and businesses in Santa Clara County. The WaterFix has the potential to improve the environmental health of the Delta and bolster the reliability of the state and federal water projects, which provide tremendous benefits to our region. To improve Santa Clara County's supply reliability, the district is exploring alternative investments, including the WaterFix, and we support the state board's consideration of the WaterFix petition. Your decision will be important in framing the potential effectiveness of the WaterFix as the district looks to make investment decisions that will secure our water supply and benefit our region for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ung? We'll
Good morning.
take 2 more speakers, then we'll take a break for the court reporters to rest a bit.
Good morning. Yeah. I'm coming today to represent my organization named APSARA, stand for Asian Pacific Self-Development and Residential Association.
Could you please speak a little bit louder for the court reporter? Thank you. And we'll reset the clock and please start over.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. I am Heng Suthi. I'm represent APSARA. It stands for Asian Pacific Self-Development and Residential Association. Our organization serves the greater Cambodian and Cambodian American community in Stockton. About 12,000 residents make up the Cambodian community in Stockton. Our mission is to build a strong school, strong community, and strong family. Presently, we are working with Data Conservancy on data mercury exposure reduction program to reduce human exposure to mercury by raising the risk of consuming fish from the data. The Cambodian community is part of the environmental justice community in the data. A huge part of Cambodian culture involves fishing. Many of our Cambodian community members are passionate fishing of the data, and many are depend on the fish for huge part of their dietary nutritional need as well as recreational need. Our community is directly vulnerable to negative water quality impacts that we resolve from the construction and operation of the data tunnels, especially mercury contamination of the fish we consume. The draft environmental impacts report for the tunnel project show that with operation of the tunnel, there will be increased concentration of salt, selenium, boron, bromides, pollutant from the Sanokin River, in addition to more toxic algal blooms and greater opportunity for the mercury to methylate. But there is no mitigation for this water quality problem that can have very negative impacts on human health for our community members. There is no way to protect people along 1,100-mile waterways. The government can post a sign everywhere and educate people by telling them to give up their culture, their diet, and their way of life. It won't work. More importantly, because we are legal user of data water, we have a right to fish, to fish and to recreate in the data's waterways. We have a right to fish and recreate, changing the point of diversion for the data tunnels, we harm the Stockton community who are legal user of the data water, and the project should be stopped. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Devin. And we'll take a break after this for the court reporter.
Good morning, and thank you, co-hearing officers DODUC and Marcus, for the opportunity to provide some policy background today. I'm Devin Upadhyay, the Water Resource Manager for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Metropolitan is an enthusiastic supporter of the co-equal goals of a restored delta and a reliable water supply for California. We believe that a completion of the California WaterFix, as advanced by this joint petition, is essential to achieving those co-equal goals. Following the drought of 1991, Metropolitan embarked on a change in our planning process that really focused on diversifying our water supply portfolio. That included expansion of major storage facilities, both groundwater and surface water, to be able to capture wet year supplies, store them, and then use them in dry years. These investments rely on the State Water Project's ability to capture those wet period supplies. This ability is at significant risk given the current conditions. In fact, the missed opportunities to capture water supplies during high flow events this year really underscores the importance of these proceedings. In light of the existing operating conditions, Metropolitan recently updated our plans and reduced our expectation of deliveries from the State Water Project under average conditions. However, the reliability of capturing wet period water on the State Water Project is very important, in fact, paramount for Southern California's plans to be able to store water in wet periods and then use that water in dry periods that are of increasingly unknown length in the future. In addition to those planning policies, our board adopted criteria for Delta conveyance back in April of 2007. Those criteria were as follows. 1, provide water supply reliability. 2, improve export water quality. 3, allow flexible pumping operations in a dynamic fishery environment. 4, enhance Delta ecosystem fishery habitat throughout the Delta. 5, reduce seismic risks, and 6, reduce risks associated with climate change. Metropolitan believes that California WaterFix, as advanced in this joint petition, in tandem with the efforts of California Eco Restore, help achieve those policy criteria. In closing, modernizing the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project so they can operate in the future Delta is not only consistent with the policies of Metropolitan, but the Brown administration, and of reliability investments made by many water agencies that are dependent on the Sierra watershed. We look forward to participating in this process and appreciate the opportunity to provide you with this background. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devon. Actually, help me with your last name.
It's Upadhyay.
Upadhyay. Thank you very much. With that, we will take a break until 10:30 by that webcast clock right there. Thank you. Ooh, this thing works. All right, please take your seats. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Buchanan. You were right on time, ready to start.
That's why I went to college, you know, just so I could follow directions.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Joan Buchanan. I'm a 38-year resident of Contra Costa County. I served in the State Assembly for 6 years, representing 3 of the 5 Delta counties and approximately 2/3 of the primary zone. I have tremendous appreciation for the Delta as a natural and economic resource and as a place. I'm keenly aware that the Delta is the largest water delivery system in the world. The communities I represented get all, 100% of their water from the Delta. That is why your decision about the new 3 diversion points is so important. Any change that impacts their water supplies or water quality will impact their lives profoundly. In the Assembly, I carried several bills on invasive weeds, water hyacinth and Egeria densa. Today, Delta residents also worry about toxic algae and its effect on their health and their children's health. Water flows impact the growth of all. It's folly to say that the proposed 3 new diversion points do not require new water rights. If I had a well in my backyard and moved 11 miles, I'd have to get a new permit to drill a new well. It's folly to say that water quality will not be impacted. The San Joaquin River's water is much more toxic than the Sacramento. It's one of the most polluted rivers in the United States. Taking more water from the Sacramento River before it flows to the Delta will cause the toxicity of the water in the Delta to increase. It's folly for the California WaterFix to say that it will take water simultaneously from the new diversions and operate the pumps at Clifton Forebay and not impact water quality and flows and impact the economy and lives of those who work and live in the Delta. Director Mark Corwin has said they will meet water quality standards because state law requires it. He doesn't explain how they're going to do it. I say before you spend over $15 billion, or we spend, of taxpayer money, prove it. Show me an approved EIR. The initial 40,000-page EIR was pulled because it could not meet EPA requirements. Set quantifiable flow requirements. Last month's court decision threw out the Delta plan because it did not establish flow standards to reduce reliance on the Delta, provide for more natural flows, and reduce harm from invasive species. I ask you to reject the proposed new diversions, or at a minimum, delay action until there is an approved EIR and Delta plan, one that meets the co-equal goals of the 2009 water legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buchanan. Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Frost. I'm a concerned citizen. I work as a consultant in the Silicon Valley, and I consult with companies helping them expand and contract in the Bay Area and beyond, around the country, around the world. Currently, Silicon Valley office developments are being put on hold due to lack of water. Algae blooms occurring in the South Delta and San Luis Reservoir are impacting drinking water supplies for the Silicon Valley. The assumptions that have underwritten the growth in the Silicon Valley are being challenged by the current overpumping of the estuary. And what is the proposed solution to this predicament? More of the same, a different style of overpumping the estuary. Where is the commitment to regional self-sufficiency? Where is the commitment to biodiversity and its relationship to water quality? Where is the acceptance of our dry climate? If we go back over 2,000 years, there are multiple droughts over 100 years, 50 years, and 20 years. Something important to research would be the floods of 1862. Another good point of research would be to look at what Australia did in the Millennium Drought and their commitment to regional self-sufficiency, and how the taxpayers got stuck with a bill for massive industrial projects which wound up never being utilized because so much water and new supply was created through regional self-sufficiency. How can I recommend the Silicon Valley as an appropriate place for long-term growth for technology companies when our elected representatives are selling another 20th century project based on flawed assumptions? I have another job. It's as a teacher. It's a teacher of life to my daughters. The San Francisco Bay Delta Estuary is a multi-generational classroom for the Frost family, providing real-life lessons in science, ecology, economics, biology, humanity, and fishing. Lesson number 1 in the Frost family: freshwater flows are the lifeblood of the estuary. Biodiversity is dependent on cool, swift freshwater flows all the way out to the ocean. Not coincidentally, humanity is also highly dependent on cool, swift, freshwater flows all the way out to the ocean for clean drinking water, good air quality, and a perpetual supply of fresh food, a renewable resource. Biodiversity and clean drinking water are my co-equal goals that I would ask this board to consider when looking at these different intake points and overpumping the estuary. How am I supposed to take my family fishing in an estuary that has been bled to death? How do I explain that our classroom, the largest estuary in the west coast of the Americas, is being drained to support corporate agribusiness and fracking in the semi-arid desert of the western San Joaquin Valley? How does a father tell his daughters that their drinking water is being sacrificed at the altar of these false prophets? The California WaterFix will force me to teach my daughters that our state values short-term monetary gains over natural systems that support biodiversity and clean drinking water. The essence of my being is being negatively affected. As the fresh water is pumped out of the estuary, I feel like the blood is being drained out of my body.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Mr. Gonzalez?
Hi, my name is Jaime Gonzalez. I'm a Sacramento resident, a community organizer, and a board member of the California Student Sustainability Coalition. I'm here with several students from the Cosumnes River College chapter of the CSSC. As environmental studies students, we understand just how precious the Delta is to the ecological health of our state and community. We also recognize just how overexploited the Delta has become, and we've seen firsthand how the drought has affected the Delta. The Cosumnes River Wildlife Preserve is a special piece of the Delta that our college uses as an outdoor classroom for many field courses. Students go there to learn about biodiversity and hydrology and to connect with the unique part of our local environment. The ongoing drought has reduced water flows and degraded the biodiversity within the preserve, making it more and more challenging to use this valuable space for education. We fear that the Delta Tunnels project will further impact the health of our waterways and the quality of our education moving forward. We ask that you keep Sacramento students and youth in mind as a priority as you proceed with hearings and reject the requested permits. The California Student Sustainability Coalition will remain vigilant through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Camaro?
Hello. To the State Water Resources Control Board, my name is Ryan Camaro. As a 2015 Brower Youth Award winner, a California delegate at the Paris Climate Talks, and this year's delegate in Morocco at the United Nations, I am a resident of Stockton, born and raised, as well as an activist working in the nonprofit sector. My body of work has led me to trying to understand the complexity of the issues California faces, whether it is social, economic, or ecological. And it is from this frame in which I speak to you now. Since speaking to you earlier about the need for updated water standards, my concern for the Delta has only risen as its health has reached a sharp decline. As the numbers of Chinook salmon and Delta smelt reach obscenely little counts, I can't help but wonder how human populations will adjust to a deteriorating water quality. A continued charge on a credit card will accrue debt. Ours, with continued diversion, will be a destroyed Delta incapable of being a resource to both people and species alike. Toxic algae blooms, the emergence of bromine and methyl mercury into the water by agitation of the pumps, saltwater intrusion, which would devastate the diversified agriculture in the Central Valley, rendering it infertile and unfarmable. My priority as it stands leads me to think about the life of the Delta generations ahead. Will a project shrouded in controversy and bureaucratic red tape be our ailment to our drought's woes? Is legacy more important than longevity? In the spirit of genuine acknowledgement of the Delta's abuse, we need to have conversations about California's future and whether it includes infrastructure that got us in this situation in the first place. The point that I am making is that our state should not sacrifice one community for another. My home and the region that is a valuable source statewide and nationally is at a grave risk. The choice is yours whether or not your hands are holding the shovel. Do not approve the permit for additional points for diversion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Camero. Mr. Freya?
Thank you and good morning, board members. My name is Francisco Ferreira. I'm a student representative at UC Davis and a lifelong citizen of Oxnard, a city 350 miles south of here, and one that faces ever-present environmental injustices in the form of extreme energy projects. This last week, my friends and I engaged in a grassroots training program that celebrated intersectional justice and the importance of equity and sustainability in public projects like the ones being discussed here today. We're here to represent the youth of California and those who are unable to be here today and speak for themselves, including the non-human animals that call the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta home. We're here to appeal to the California EPA's sense of environmental justice, and because the mission of this board is to preserve and enhance the quality of water, our liquid life force, for generations to come. I ask that you take a look at our group. We are the face of those generations. And we are asking the regulatory board to reject the project and see the largest estuary on the West Coast as what it is, a sacred site for all Californians. Our state is a global powerhouse and the 5th largest economy in the world, and with great influence comes great responsibility. We have an important opportunity here and more than enough water to go around. We just need to be more thoughtful about how it's distributed and acknowledge the California WaterFix as the whimsical dreams of corporate and bureaucratic dynasties, whose adverse effects will reverberate throughout our great state, affecting millions. Californians in general, and this board in particular, must consider that biodiversity is being decimated at 1,000 times the background extinction rate, and that we find ourselves in decade zero of what climate scientists are calling the ongoing climate crisis. The decisions we make in these next few years will define the quality of life for our children yet unborn, and so it is our duty to be vigilant stewards of our ecological environments. In the face of what I fear will become an intolerable drought, we cannot continue to commodify the most precious resource at the behest of the powerful few. These tunnels are not sustainable, nor will they fix California's water. They are disastrous, but you don't have to be part of this legacy, and so I urge this board to reject the permits and stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Daniels.
Yo, what's up? So I'm very unprepared for this, and I'm going to be...
Love the earring.
Thank you. Nice to know. So shouts out to all the policymakers and people in suits here today that are trying to push this project forward. I'm here with the California Student Sustainability Coalition. I'm born and raised in Stockton, California. I'm here as a plea to avoid this ridiculous project. So by diverting all of this water, it's pretty much just going to completely dismantle this region. And I completely understand the angst of folks living in the South Valley and the desert regions of California that need this water to survive. However, you live in the South Valley and you live in a desert. So by trying to grow these things and live in these areas, you're destroying what is here. Wow, this is heavy. I want you guys to consider what this legacy project is actually about and what the legacy that is going to be left behind for folks like myself, my comrades here, and your children, our children's children, and what happens after that. We've consistently drained so many rivers and valleys to sustain life in unsustainable places. Why are we going to do that to this region? Period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Ms. Schlicht.
Hi, my name is Paige Schlicht. I live in Sacramento. Let me be clear, this is not a fix. Its goal is not the conservation of the Delta. Legal or not, this is theft. Why we need a fix at all is because of projects like this that remove water from where it's supposed to be, which is in rivers, streams, wetlands, and underground. The primary concern of the proponents of this plan is to take water out of the hands of the public and place it into the private businesses and agrobarons. This is not a solution rooted in ecology or respect for the very natural resources we're talking about. This is purely financial. If the concern is sustainability and ensuring water for future generations, we would all be reading from the environmental impact statement right now. The science behind this is clearly and conclusively shows that devastating harm, the devastating harm this project would cause. The idea of the wet period capture ignores climate change patterns and scientific models of water availability in the future. California's watersheds are already mutilated, and we need to be focusing on healing and restoring the watershed's ability to naturally purify and store water. This project would commit crimes against Californians in the form of environmental racism, cultural genocide, and massive deception of its constituents. We need to talk about protecting legal water. We talk about protecting legal water users as if they're something other than a small group of people who managed to get rich by planting gigantic swaths of monocrops in the desert. It was obvious from the beginning that this was unsustainable. Promoting this unsustainability by approving this project is not only going to necessitate another meeting like this in the near future, but we are also kicking the can down the road. Furthermore, the largest water users in the state haven't yet been spoken about. The majority of California's water goes to the massive animal prisons located in the Central Valley. This project will not create any new water. And as one of the millions of concerned Californians, I demand that you do not approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stone, please.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and members of the board. I'm Matt Stone. I'm the General Manager for the Castaic Lake Water Agency, and I'll be summarizing our policy statement today. Castaic Lake Water Agency is located in the Santa Clarita Valley, about 35 miles north of Los Angeles. We are a state water project contractor with a Table A amount of 95,200 acre-feet per year. This and other imported supplies make up about half of our average year water supply for the 275,000 residents of the Santa Clarita Valley. The valley has a diversified water supply portfolio. About half of our supplies come from local groundwater, and we also have participated in wet year banking programs in the current county to help meet dry year demands and reduce draws on the Delta during those time periods. As a regional water provider, we actively participate in advancing local supplies such as recycled water, water conservation, and treatment of contaminated groundwater, which unfortunately we do have. California must reinvest in its water future. This includes investments in local resources such as recycled water, stormwater capture, and demand management measures. Just as important are investments in the outdated water delivery system of the state, in particular the system tasked with moving supplies through the Delta. The Delta has reached a critical juncture with a declining Delta environment, declining water supply reliability, and heightened vulnerability to natural disasters and climate change. That is why Castaic Lake Water Agency urges the board to move forward with adopting a change in the point of diversion to accommodate the WaterFix. Today, about 2/3 of Californians are dependent on water in some way exported from the Delta. The reliability of this supply continues to decline as fish and wildlife conflicts have restricted the use of reverse flows in the South Delta in order to reduce impacts on those fisheries. Establishing a new point of diversion will provide substantial flexibility and reduce the frequency and magnitude of these reverse flow conditions. The trend of declining reliability places our economy at risk in California. This is particularly evident during drought periods such as those currently being experienced. While it has been acknowledged that the WaterFix would not provide additional supplies or additional diversion. It would provide a more stable ability to operate the delta with less conflict with species during normal and wet years. And for those agencies such as Castaic Lake Water Agency who have local groundwater and southerly storage facilities, the ability to invest in water banking programs that can provide supplies during times of drought. California must act in advancing solutions to accomplish its co-equal goals. I appreciate the State Board's consideration of this petition.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Mr. Vargas?
Good morning, Chairwoman and board members. I am here representing Cafe Coop, a cooperative in downtown Stockton, for startups, social entrepreneurs, freelancers, and artists. I am one of those startups from the cooperative, the owner of and the founder of the workshop. But what I am is really not important. Our emerging entrepreneurial community of startups and artists is starting to flourish in Stockton. We want to retain our local talent and attract others to come out and join our San Joaquin Delta community. However, we will not be able to retain or attract any emerging entrepreneurs if our water quality is adversely affected by the building of the Twin Tunnels project under the California WaterFix. The expensive and complex project does not add, store, or provide a single drop of new water for use in our state. The San Joaquin Delta is the primary driver of economic vitality of downtown Stockton, San Joaquin County, and California overall. Stockton has suffered economically and aesthetically through the recent explosive growth of hyacinth and algae growth that has choked waters, poisoned the air, and squelched economic investments. Growth of algae, hyacinth, and other harmful water vegetation will explode exponentially if water flows are decreased, especially in drought conditions. San Joaquin Valley and Stockton economy are still driven mostly by agriculture that will be wiped out by decreased freshwater flow and content. Stockton has spent and is spending tens of millions of dollars to develop our beautiful deep sea channel, Port of Stockton Inland Ocean Port, and our public downtown waterfront, all of which will be wasted if the tunnels divert water from the Delta. Stockton and San Joaquin County will not trade or bargain away the approved restoring of the upstream water flows to restore the historical San Joaquin River for the right buildings and tunnels. And I still have a minute, so I would like to switch my hat for my own self. And I would like to say that we don't need a water fix, we actually need a cultural fix, because we are putting money and value on water and resources and animal life, which is irreplaceable if it's gone. We reprint money daily in the millions. You can't make animals once they're dead. So once the smelts are gone, then we're pretty much screwed. So I would like that to be considered when you are making this decision, because we are not doing our jobs as we were created to. We are not being the stewards who are supposed to be protecting the environment and our animals. Instead, we're just throwing them away for money that means absolutely nothing, because in the end, you can't eat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Mr. Forbes?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Ronald Forbes, and I'm here today representing the Delta Fly Fishers. We're an organization of over 100 members, and I'm here today to voice our opposition to the proposed California WaterFix project and the petition to change its point of diversion. For over 50 years, we've seen water diverted from the Delta cause a drastic increase in the pollution of the Delta and the destruction of our fisheries, where those fisheries now face extinction. Given the time limits, I'd just like to make 3 quick points. Number 1, changing the point of diversion will drastically reduce the amount of water needed to maintain our fisheries and will directly increase the pollutants toxicities. Changing the point of diversion will make an environmental healthy delta totally impossible. Science has shown that diversion of water away from the delta has a direct correlation to the loss of our delta fishery species, not predation. Adopting a change of the point of diversion for this proposed project will guarantee the extinction of many of our fisheries. Number 2, the continuing diversion by this board, Department of Water Resources, and the Bureau of Reclamation is basically destroying the Delta. It's difficult for me to understand how this board has been able to impose during our drought water standard uses for urban water users while allowing a unrestricted diversion of water from the Delta to the South Valley farmers in the middle of the worst drought in our state's recorded history. Over a year ago, these people planted 50,000 acres of almonds while the rest of us were barely scrimping by with the water this board allowed. This board and other state and federal agencies have violated both state and federal laws, violated our doctrine of public trust, and the doctrine of co-equal goals with impunity. Changing the point of diversion will be yet another violation of these laws. Number 3, the point of diversion will drastically increase the toxicity of the Delta's water and cause huge health and safety issues. This board has waived farmers' requirements to comply with the California Clean Water Act. The Delta pollution and toxicity are well documented on our fisheries and wildlife. For over 10 years, pediatricians have told pregnant women, do not eat Delta fish. It will interfere with the health and safety of their unborn children. And lastly, let me just comment that many people who live in or adjacent to the Delta find it an economic necessity to eat Delta fish for sustenance. They have no economic choice. They have to do that even though they realize these fish are contaminated with pollutants and impose a health problem. If this...
Thank you, Mr. Forbes. We would welcome your written policy statement if you would like to provide it to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you. Hi, Felicia. My name's Rajeen Reynolds. I'm a lifelong resident of the South Delta and currently live on Upper Roberts Island. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and members of my community who are opposed to the fix. Every in-Delta water user whose diversions are downstream of the proposed Sacramento River diversions will suffer diminished water quality if the fixed tunnel project is implemented. As a result, Delta lands farmed sustainably since the 1870s will be degraded by increased salinity of Delta water. Cropping patterns will be affected, and the ability of Delta farmers to make cropping decisions in response to global markets will be constrained by poorer water quality. Land values will decrease. Further, municipal diversions serving Delta communities will be degraded by increased salinity, and their cost of treatments will increase. These costs will become the burden of the Delta urban citizenry. It is a fundamental breach of your responsibility to agree to these outcomes. Granting the fixed petitioners this new diversion puts you in the position of creating and approving an absolutely new water right, a right to divert water which is essential for the health and wealth of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. As a State Water Resources Control Board, your policy should be to unequivocally to protect the common pool of the Delta and to resist all efforts to isolate the Delta from the best of its inflow. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Ms. Budier?
Thank you. I'd like to take 30 seconds or so just to object to procedures. There are approximately 240 seats in this room, and I have not counted more than 65 participants. I understand also that there are 2 other rooms of slightly smaller size reserved for this meeting, and I'm suggesting that you and this board has given insufficient public notice for this meeting. I found out about it in the Sacramento Bee on page 6A, July 24th. I am the North Delta farmer with all the water that everybody wants. I have a 10-foot, I'm on one of the islands. My water table is 10 feet down, and I don't need all that water. And I'm happy to put it back in the river. What I object to is the procedures by Jerry Brown and Jerry Merrill to take the water and suggest that it is government water. It is not government water. It is an incorporeal hereditament that belongs to the people that built the levees and own the water. I own the water to the center of the earth and to the tips of the sky, according to water law. And I'm just one small Delta farmer. The point of my speech is to suggest that this project is going to cost at least 3 times the anticipated budget. I paid someone to get me a hard copy of the environmental impact report. She said it would not fit in her car. That suggests to me that we have government out of control. And that's the real problem here. And I should be talking to these people, not you. I should be facing them. Because my message is to the South Delta people who will be paying for my water that I'm willing to give away for free. You're going to pay significantly more than you believe you are. There was a federal speaker earlier who referred to science. It was a bogus reference. The feds also said that we should take down all the Delta trees along the river levee, which took UC Davis to make them stop. So I am looking at so much bureaucracy, so many forms that I have to fill out right now just to report the water I use that I own, that there's an imbalance. I prefer to give the water to the people, not to the government. And the suggestion by the federal speaker also related to earthquakes, geologic time, and not to drought. So we are at our best 100-year lifespan. And the idea that there's this phenomenal drought is just crazy unless you understand nature, history, and the natural workings of the earth. So please, audience, understand that this up here is a political process, and it is for Jerry Brown and Westlands. Westlands is the one who planted all the trees in the desert. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have your written policy statement, so thank you for providing that to us. I believe those are all the speaker cards that we have for now. What I'm going to suggest to my colleague is we adjourn until 1 p.m. We will reconvene at that time to hear from any speakers who wish to provide policy statements and who could not attend this morning. And in addition, I also want to thank the people, I think all of whom spoke today, who provided us with copies of their written policy statements. We will review those and appreciate having them in writing. With that, unless there's any other procedural matters, we will break until 1 p.m. Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock and we are reconvening. Thank you to those who have joined us. We have at this time 2 additional speakers to provide policy statement in this matter. First, Ms. Nikki Sword from Snug Harbor, and then Mr. Bill Reynolds. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Nikki Seward. I'm from Snug Harbor on Steamboat Slough. It's a marina and RV park named Best Small Park of California in 2001. And Steamboat Slough is one of the original waterways of the North Delta and could be potentially greatly impacted by decisions of this water board. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to give a more general policy statement. California has a problem, we all know that, and that's not enough water for all the water demand. And your job is to make decisions in an impartial way after listening to everybody. Make decisions that your boss may not be happy about. And I see your job and what you're doing as a very difficult position to be in. So my question is, are you going to perpetuate the problem, or are you going to help to find creative and fair solutions for everyone? Based on the documentation provided so far by WaterFix proponents, the water quality and water quantity problem shifts location potentially, but it doesn't solve anything. It just shifts the burden. Granting the request to divert more Sacramento River water away from normal flows through the Delta literally takes the fresh water away from riparian water rights holders and hands it to water contractors for purely economic reasons. For me, the main issue is how much water is taken, not just how that water is taken from the Sacramento River, whether it's by tunnel or surface conveyance or other creative method. Taking too much water from the Sacramento River in the North Delta affects the whole Delta in a very negative way. And the primary impact is water quality, drinking water quality for us humans. By diverting too much fresh water from the Sacramento River, the drinking water aquifer degrades, and the wells, the private wells, the public wells all start showing effects. It's already happening with the impacts from CalFed activities that have been going on. These test sites have been impacting us. So it's happening now already, and it'll be even worse with tunnels. Finally, if you can't measure it and you can't count it, you should not promise to give it away. It is very clear that the computer modeling, when you hear all the evidence, there's a lot of questions, and it is just flat out unfair to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for providing your written policy statement. We'll certainly take a close look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to step in here. I'm Bill Reynolds. I live in the South Delta on Roberts Island and have lived there for the past 27 odd years, surrounded by my wife's relatives and others who farm in that area. I've listened to the comments this morning, and I think it's important to note a couple of things. The application before you that you're discussing to change the point of water diversion comes from Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation, who actually hold junior water rights to most people within the Delta. The beneficiaries of DWR and Bureau of Water have paid for the BDCP and the WaterFix planning in large part that's been done to date. A lot of money has been spent to further their issues. This diversion change application is really a discussion or argument about water quality. Approval of this application moves junior water rights holders to the head of the line at the drinking fountain for the best quality water taken from the top of the delta. This change would be absolutely detrimental to the delta's senior water rights holders, who would then have to deal with further degraded water quality. Increased salinity levels throughout the delta are absolutely detrimental to delta residents, the surrounding delta communities, and particularly to agriculture, who is already struggling with high salinity issues. So that's all I have to say today. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for providing those comments. Are there anyone else who wish to provide a policy statement today? Not seeing any taker that wants to speak today. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock here, when we will hear policy statements from persons affiliated with North Delta Cares. At this time, I'm expecting that that will be the speakers for the morning session. So for the afternoon session, if there are any other speakers who would like to provide policy statements who did not arrive today, we would look forward to hearing from you tomorrow afternoon as well. So with that, thank you all, and we are in adjournment until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.